All right. Hey, everyone. Back drawing as usual. Probably going to have to take a break like every hour. Except I'll have to take a break in like 30 minutes. Oh, shoot. Fits my lighting real quick. Nah. Just feeding my bunny real quick. Alright. I'm pretty tired, but I'll just go for something here. Alright, I'm gonna use the same brush that I was using yesterday. Kind of liked how it felt. kind of I kind of want to do like a Snow White parody, but I'll see if I can pull it off. Not really sure how Snow White's outfit is. I'm just gonna make up my own. What's up? Hey man, doing a little bit of a earlier stream today. Mm, how's new pen? It's not really new, but I've just had it for a while. The one I normally use, I got the same at the same time. It's like some cheap bamboo brushes that I found at an art store. And I got like two packs of three, and one was goat hair and one was wolf hair. So this is one of the wolf hair ones, which is a bit harder and to control since it likes to all the bristles like to move around on every stroke. But I kind of like it since it adds a little bit of unpredictability to it. Cool, glad you find cheap stuff. I love these. Yeah, I don't know why, but I like um I don't know, more like I don't even know how to explain it, like grimy. It's not really a good word. I guess like dirty look that a lot of the cheaper stuff has. I heard that nibs are technically made for right-handed people, so I think about using brush pens instead. I never thought about that. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, I like brushes since you have like a lot of you can kind of do everything with just one tool, so it makes it a bit more of a simple setup. Maybe not like a dip brush because you have to have like a scratch piece of paper and a bowl. And if you want to do washes, then you need water. So maybe a dip brush is not the most simple setup, but yeah, a brush pen really all you need. Your work is very Kim Jong-un coded, respect. Yeah, Kim Jong-un is definitely a big inspiration on my stuff. I used to look at his drawings and like watch a ton of time-lapse videos on YouTube. I use the Pentel pen, but it's getting a bit expensive. Yeah, I kind of stopped using brush pens a little for that reason. But I like, yeah, if you draw a lot, it's kind of a pain to always keep getting refills to refill them. So it's kind of why I've been liking just like getting big bowl of ink, and I use like Sumi ink, which is relatively cheap compared to like other things, and then just like literally any brush. They all work the same at the end of the day. I still have like a ton of brush pens and refills that that I still use on my sketchbook though. I'll probably get more too later since I do like using them on sketchbooks, and when I don't want to get a huge setup going. Does your ink dry fast and not bleed through? Yeah, this is pretty heavy paper. It's like 300. It says 300 G and 140 pound, and it's watercolor paper, but it's smooth. So, but yeah, the ink dries pretty fast if there's not a ton of water. You just inspired me to pick up a pen and start drawing. That always makes me happy when people say that. I don't know. Drawing's like one of my favorite things. Uh, if someone else can have as much fun as me or something close, then I think it's cool. I feel like drawing gets more fun the more you do it too. I kind of used to not have that much fun with drawing, but lately it's been like a lot more fun. I don't know why. Maybe just um, the interests just kind of changed or what, but lately it's been pretty much all I've been doing. Is it a hair on my page? Yeah, I think for this one I'm gonna go for some kind of Snow White parody thing. Gosh, I don't even know what Snow White's outfit looks like. I know she has like, I know it's kind of a dress. I'll just come up with something. Snow White and the Seven Gangsters. I was actually thinking earlier that I'm gonna have Snow White. I don't want to spoil it too much, um but I was thinking of having Snow White and then some zombie zombie gnomes or dwarves chasing her. I think a blue and yellow long dress. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I guess I could probably add color. Might change it up a little bit. That could make a good zombie movie. Yeah, right. That'd be a pretty good alternate storyline. She goes to see the dwarves in the forest. The zombie apocalypse has broken out and she doesn't know. Oh my god, my camera. I did like a Alice in Wonderland a couple days ago, and that was pretty fun. I think that turned out pretty well. I'm definitely not gonna get all the all the different dwarves for their different personalities or anything. There's gonna be like all kind of just different variants, I guess. I just like play around with different faces and things. I think I watched like Snow White like once in my life. I like Alice in Wonderland. Yeah, it's probably one of my favorite like fairy tale things. Probably that and like Spirited Away and like all of the other Ghibli like uh, Howl's Moving Castle. I'm like pretty torn on Howl's Moving Castle, Spirited Away, or Princess Mononoke, I think it's pronounced. I don't know which of those three is my favorite. You know, what time is it where you're at? Definitely earlier than normal. Earlier than I would normally stream. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, it's like whatever whatever Ghibli movie I watched last, that's the one I like the most. But those three are definitely my favorite. I haven't seen some of the other ones though. Actually, I'd love to hear your thoughts on Ghibli AI discourse. I don't even I don't even know what you mean about that. I haven't really followed much up on AI and what's happening with that. Good that your DD isn't riddled with it. Oh, feed. Yeah, I don't know. I just I mean all my stuff is like traditional and I kind of just like I don't know. I don't really use AI much. So boom, 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 boom. Snow White with a gun. My sister showed me the new Snow White movie, and on YouTube, I guess it has like a 97% dislike ratio. OpenAI made an image generator that you can use to cover any or all of photos from real life into an art style that resembles that of Studio Ghibli. Well, even then, it's not going to be like the same thing. Like, I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I think there's kind of like a vibe to art that you can't really copy. Like, you would know if it's from kind of like the real person or not. But I guess it could be a little confusing for um, people that like think that it's the actual thing. It's the lowest rated movie ever. Yeah, well, it inspired me to do this drawing, so that's at least something. But yeah, I don't know what this is doing. Has it already come out in theaters, or is it still a daytime stream for me? Woohoo! Yeah, doing a little bit earlier today. I'll just have to take breaks to take my dog out like every hour or so. It's probably good if I get up and walk around every hour anyways, though. I don't watch new movies anyways. Yeah, the last new movie I watched, well, like a theater movie, I guess was like the Avengers Endgame, but other than that, like I mostly just watch stuff on Netflix or things that come out on there. Same. Yeah, there Netflix seems to have some pretty decent stuff lately. Doesn't it just feel wrong? Like Miyazaki would never allow his art to be used to train AI, especially considering his previous opinion on AI. And it's basically stealing. Yeah, I feel like something will happen with the whole AI using other people's art to learn. I feel like honestly, if they want to make AI to do art, they should just like kind of let it learn art on its own and not try to mimic styles. I don't know. I feel like they're like doing the style mimic thing for AI just because it will probably like get more people to want to use it if they well, I don't know. I feel like because like I don't know, like chess engines, there's like like Leela or whatever, and they kind of just like told it like the rules of chess and then had it just kind of like played itself over and over and learn chess that way. And now it's like one of the best chess engines out there. So if they did like a similar thing with art and kind of like, I don't know, like told it kind of what art is and then just had it like make its own stuff, like I think that would be a lot cooler and probably more useful, but it's easy to cheat at chess. Mm. Yeah, but it's definitely not fun to cheat at chess. Kind of a waste of time if you're just using a bot. All right, I'll try some. Zombie gnomes. I guess they're not gnomes, they're like dwarves. I don't know why I keep thinking gnomes. AI developers like to bring out the argument saying that now anyone can be an artist. Like, what? Like, that was not the case before. Yeah, anyone can definitely be an artist. They just don't want to draw, I guess, or paint. Wow, big nose out of nowhere. Yeah, it's gonna be uh one of the dwarves. And you guys keep keep up with some wild stuff on art. Anyways, people who do AI art for instant gratification will move on. Artists will keep making art like they always did. Yeah, it just doesn't really have an effect on on my day-to-day life, so I kind of not something I'm gonna worry about. It's not like AI is gonna rip my pen out of my hand or brush and tell me I can't draw. I mean, maybe someday it will if it I mean, that could happen, but at the moment, it doesn't seem like it will. Have you done oil painting before? Or like one time in high school, and that was it. I did like a fiery horse. It turned out all right, but wasn't the greatest because I didn't really know how to use oils at the time, and I mostly used acrylic. You sound Californian. Sorry if these dwarves get a little scary. American. Yeah, I am from America. You're from Sweden? All right, my alarm to take my dogs out is going off, so I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Don't say sorry, it's cool. If they're scary. Well, they are zombies. I'm scared using colors, so I'd always ruin my sketches by painting over it, which makes me retreat. Paint, maybe one day I'll overcome that fear. Yeah, I can't really say too much about color. I was in like a big coloring phase probably like a month ago, and then I decided to just go back to grayscale because I like I don't know, I just like the look. I do like spot coloring sometimes though um with a few different colors. Like I might spot color Snow White's dress to kind of make her a little bit more recognizable. Yeah, I have no idea what I'm gonna do for this. Gnome here. I think I might have his hand coming up and over here. Though I guess it's a bit late. It would have been funny if you did like a lens distortion effect just for the dwarf, like fisheye perspective. Yeah, I usually mess around with some sort of warts perspective. I kind of like to change the perspective as I go throughout the drawing. Um, I used to like trying to do more fisheye, but lately I kind of think it's a little bit boring in a way since I don't know. I don't really like going by a grid for perspective. I like to kind of make things change a lot. Well, this hand looks a little weird because the pinky is like super close, but I think it's fine. I don't know if you guys have ever seen like Meat Canyon on YouTube. He does like parody um like animations. And a lot of times it has like a horror thing to it. I kind of like how he messes around with different things. The JD Vance Meat Canyon was one of his best words. Yeah, I watched it, but I don't know like enough of the like I haven't kept much up with that sort of thing, so I don't even really know what it was about, but it was still funny. Some of my favorite are like I like the Hog Tua one. I don't know if you've seen that. Um, and the Steve Harvey one. The Steve Harvey one is probably my favorite. I think it's like just so funny how creative that one is. I love fisheye perspective so much. Ever since I saw it for the first time in anime, I fell in love. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I think it's definitely better than like 3 point perspective by far. Yo, at least at last I got the live stream. Yeah, I'm streaming a bit earlier this time. Bro, why you tried to make the manga? What do you mean? Have you seen the Steve Harvey? Haven't seen the Steve Harvey one? Might check it later. Yeah, the Steve Harvey one is really funny. I've watched it like multiple times and I think I still like laugh every time. Me Canyon videos make me feel weird, scared, and disturbed at the same time, but I'm always interested. Yeah, I think they definitely do that. Yeah, I watched the SpongeBob one for the first time a couple days ago, and that one was a little bit a little bit disturbing. Me Canyon vids, I like watching a car crash in slow-mo. You wanna look away, but you just can't. I remember watching the Andrew Tate one. It's not pleasant. Yeah, I think there's not really a very pleasant one. Mm. I just think it'd be so funny to like see a parent walking on their kid and they're watching Meat Canyon and just like wondering what the heck is going on. Again, stuff reminds me of old Onigi animations. Have you seen his stuff before? I don't think I've seen seen their stuff before. What's up, man? How you doing today? Pretty good so far. I'm a little bit tired, but not too bad. My parents are being beyond concerned. Yeah, I think if I don't know, I watched like Happy Tree Friends and other things like that when I was a kid. So um, my parents probably wouldn't care too much. Sneeko and Penguins one was iconic. Yeah, that one's really funny. Have you seen the XQC one? The XQC one was the first one, the first one I ever saw of this stuff. The eyeballs. Oh god. Yeah, whenever I watch his animations, it always kind of inspires me because usually he'll do something that I've never seen before. The Peppa Pig one made me sub to his channel. The Andrew Tate one made me consider reconsider message scripts. That's funny. Oh, there, Inky Man. Hey man, what's up? Hmm. I don't know if you guys have seen like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but me and my sister always joke about I think it's season two. Season two, there's always like the one with like Jotaro. But me and my sister always joke about the scenes when there's like something suspicious happening and Jotaro and his dad would just be like, hmm, and then just like keep repeating that for the whole scene. JoJo's definitely has to be in like my top 10 favorite animes. I still like the crazy concepts and I don't know, it's got like a pace that's like really fun to watch. I definitely like Jotaro's season the most though. How to draw a person in different angles. That was so hard. Um, let's see if I have paper. I guess I could show it in the sketchbook. I don't know, for like different angles for faces. I mean, you could do like the bots thing. Um, I don't know. Bots is kind of tricky on for me, they don't really help as much because uh when you're drawing a bot, it's like kind of not the same as a face because you don't have like the anatomy tied with it. So like I don't know. For me, I like to kind of just like if I was gonna learn faces from different angles, I would kind of just like put whatever knowledge I have of what I know to draw faces, and then so like once I have one character down, and just kind of draw a character the best you can, and then I'd basically take this character and I can't really visualize things, so everything I do is on the paper. And then I would kind of just like think of if I was to shift just slightly over, what would kind of change. And then you can just kind of go at your own pace of kind of just like taking different features. And if you like watch movies or look at people in real life, you'll kind of like catch on to different ways that the face looks from different angles and things like that. And if you can kind of just like play around with a face from different angles, I think you'll just get used to it little by little. And you just like, I don't know, it doesn't even have to be like the same face. You can honestly just like play around and keep experimenting with it. You could even go like, I don't know, one thing that really helped me for different angles is honestly just like messing around with faces. Playing around with it until it's almost like a toy. I don't know, like you could stretch the face and like not even be practicing angles. But if you like really like this is kind of how I learned. It's just kind of like messing around and then maybe like the nose I'd bring like really far out this way. And like it's not realistic, but I think playing around with these different features I think is a bit more important than trying to get something realistic. And eventually you'll get really comfortable with different features and things, and then kind of just be able to place these features in a more lifelike way. So I think it's like more so getting used to different features and aspects of of like the subject you're trying to do. And then when you are like super comfortable with like stretching and squishing things around, I mean, if you want to go very basic with boxes and things like that, if you kind of like start to twist the box around in any way you want, it's kind of the same thing. Um, I don't know. Personally, I'd kind of recommend trying to transition from doing boxes and simple shapes to kind of go into, I guess, more complex ideas as as soon as you can to try to get into like this playground kind of thing. If that's what you like doing, if you like experimenting in different things. But I think for me, playing around with these different features and just like constantly experimenting, like if I put an eye up here, then I can maybe do like a wider nose, and then like I could really squish the face um, more upward, and then I don't know, maybe give him a huge chin or something, and just like little things like this. But I'm basically just practicing and playing around with features and then getting more comfortable and used to it. So I don't know. That's how I kind of learn to draw, is just getting more comfortable and playing around with ideas, and then kind of like taking the same sort of thing, and then I think it's much easier when you want to do a more realistic drawing, and you kind of just place those different pieces and arrange them in a different order, really. Oh, geez, a lot of comments I missed. um, Draw bots, then add the details. Yeah, I mean, you could. Drawing bots helps in visualizing the angle and proportion, but you'll still need to do all the work of learning how to draw a body. Yeah. Mm, if I was to go back, I'd probably just, I don't know. I think the faster you can get more comfortable with, like, actually drawing the thing that you're trying to practice for, I think you'll have much faster progress and kind of understand it more. But I think, like, knowing, because like a box is just like knowing that there's three-dimensional space. So I think if you know you're drawing something three-dimensional and then going in and trying to make a face three-dimensional and know that everything kind of has space to it, I think you can kind of skip some things. I'm having a hard time with line quality and confidence. Do you have any advice for that? Uh, I don't really know how to give you confidence, but I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, it's kind of nothing happens if you make a mistake. So, you really have nothing to lose when you're drawing. Reminds me of an advice I heard: make mistakes as fast as possible, improve just as quick. Yeah, it's kind of the same thing. I don't know. Like, I honestly think that like the concept of boxes is really good. Like, especially if you tell someone like early on. I don't know. I think a lot of people stick with boxes for too long, like myself included. Like I kind of like drew boxes for like a whole year, and then all I could draw was like boxes, and they're just like too many things in the world to draw that I think spending a lot of time on boxes is like time that you could be spending on learning a bunch of different objects and still getting the same concept of like things being three-dimensional because the bots is just a simplified like version, and I think some people can kind of understand that like your hand is also a three-dimensional object and kind of still learn the same idea. Yeah, try to make your drawings with less lines and faster. Should be a build-up of content confidence, I think. This dude's looking kind of gnarly. I realized lately when I do these drawings while streaming, um, I'll just be like talking with you guys and reading chat, and then I'm not even like paying attention to my drawing. It's just kind of mindlessly rendering out of the nosebleed. Yeah, I should probably make it little more now. Yeah, I was kind of trying to think of like what would be a reasonable place to have um, the blood coming from. Probably also have some coming out of his mouth. Um, I think it's funny that there are just some topics that are really fun to draw, but I would never want to happen in real life. Like I like hate like guns or like sharp objects or blades or any of that thing of those things in real life, but just like drawing wise, they're just so much fun. I used to make short and sketchy lines with no direction whatsoever. Then I started following the advice from Tom Foxstrauss to use less line and make a strong silhouette. It helped me a lot. Yeah, that's a definitely good way of looking at it. Yeah, it's kind of why I started drawing with ink, since it kind of forces you to care about your lines a little bit. Trying to think of what the dwarves even wear. They definitely should have added zombies though to the new Snow White movie. I think people actually would have been happy. It would have had like a 97% positive. Yeah, I would think you cannot draw sketchy lines. You have to make precise with the lines you make. Yeah. Inky. I don't know about these dwarfs. No way. Probably shouldn't go into the forest. Drawing with inks just makes your drawing feel professional, even though it doesn't. Honestly, nowadays I just draw with ink. Um, I don't know, if I draw with something that's like a pencil or something, I hate that my line doesn't show up when as soon as I like draw. Like I like the instant feedback that happens where you place down a line and you like immediately know kind of what happens. When I draw with pencil now, I feel like I'm like drawing blind almost. Like I can't even see what I'm doing. I want to see Snow White and the Seven Samurai. That's actually a pretty cool idea. I could just make them zombie samurai and just make the plot a lot crazier. It'll probably naturally happen anyways, since usually some samurai thing always finds a way. I usually don't do a lot of blacks for shadows, but I like doing it as like a for blood and different things. Zombie samurai sounds rad. Yeah, those are like my two favorite things combined. Our communities can either be the most chill ones or the most chaotic ones. Yeah, I've noticed that. Yeah, I just kind of like to draw, so and uh, really don't care about the other stuff. Man, now I'm starting to feel bad for this dwarf. Is there a Discord for this community? Uh, Not yet, but that could be kind of a cool idea down the road. Bro, it's just a chill dude. For the longest time, I thought I would be like pretty boring to like do streams and stuff, but um yeah, it's kind of funny. Maybe I'll have a arm back here. I could probably slip something. We just chilling and I like that. Yeah, I'm not really the type of person that can um like act on camera, make everything sound like it's exciting. Well, this arm is very far back. Just got very extreme warp going on now. Man, whenever I'm drawing and I have a cup of tea, it always gets cold on me. Always get too into the drawing and then forget about it. As long as you interact with your community, you're not boring. With big streamers, the problem is there are a lot of people watching at the same time, which makes it impossible to interact with everyone. Yeah. Have you ever spilled your drink on your drawing? Not yet. But I hope that doesn't ever happen. I think if anything, I'd probably like spill like my water cup. Or maybe just the ink itself. Knock on wood. Yeah, I don't have any wood in my room, right? This table's like plastic that I'm on right now. Don't jinx it. Yeah, I know. It's alright. I'll just use it as a ink wash. If it would happen too, it wouldn't even just be one drawing, it'd be like my whole paper pad that I'm drawing on right now. Mhm. Spill tea on your drawing, draw over. Get like a old timey feel. Have you guys seen the SNL of the Papyrus SNL like skit? There's like two parts of it. It's like the funniest SNL video I've ever seen. Me and my sister watched like 3 or 4 times in like 1 week just because we just kept like referencing it and then anyway just like end up watching it again. It's kind of stupid, but that's what makes it funny at the same time. I think since Snow White has a lot to do with animals, I think a world renowned designer and he shines for fire is like a man. Yeah, it's so funny. I love that it's like the whole vibe of it is so serious and like overly dramatic. She style it's crazy. Thank you. Yeah, kind of went a little bit far on the rendering out his face. It's good though. I don't think you can ever over render a zombie really. I'll try to slip another dwarf over here. I can't really think of what their hats look like. I should have drawn this dude's hat. Maybe I'll have it flying off his head. Golden zombies. I'm trying to do like a Snow White kind of zombie thing. I've just ordered a Menso brush. Excited to see how that works out. Was inspired by Takehiko from Vagabond. Is that's what kind of brush he uses? Yeah, the Vagabond art is amazing. Hmm, kind of want to do his hat dark. Yeah, I'll probably just make it black. I think some of their hats are blue and red, so blue's a pretty dark color, so sometimes on grayscale it would end up kind of close to black. His art is breathtaking for sure. Yeah, he kind of gave me a lot of confidence for drawing with a brush. I know he sketches it out with like pencil, which I mean he's doing a comic or a manga, so it's like really difficult to just go in with straight ink. So, but the fact that he inks his drawings with a straight brush is pretty cool, especially at a time when no one was really doing that. There's I don't know like his name, but like a few years ago I was looking into like different artists, and there was some comic book artist that worked on some things. um I can't remember. It was like during like the 40s or 50s, and supposedly people said that he was like drawing with straight ink in a brush, and this was like a long time ago, and he would just like pump out comic pages. I can't think of his name at the top of my head, but yeah, that was pretty cool to hear about. I know that he worked with Stan Lee because there's some thing I saw where Stan Lee was saying that he was gonna be a crazy good artist, but then he ended up dying pretty young. I guess at the time he like fell off the back of a train or something. Mm. We have a Spawn fan and Black Suit Spider-Man fan in chat. I like to see that. Yeah, Spawn and Black Suit Spider-Man are definitely the coolest of the Spider-Man stuff. Inspiring to hear McFarlane's story, especially for someone who started drawing late. When when did he start drawing late? Like what age did he start drawing? Disconnected for a second there. He started drawing when he broke his leg. Oh, geez, I didn't know that. He started drawing when he was in college, similar to you. Yeah, I definitely don't think there's um, it's ever too late to starting to learn drawing. It's not really like it's a race. Thing I started and locked in as a 15-year-old. Yeah, that's that's pretty young to uh like start learning to draw. So right now, do you have somewhat of an idea on your piece is gonna look, or do you improvise along the way? Yeah, it's like all improvise. Other than like I knew I wanted to do a Snow White thing, but that's about it. Everything else is just kind of like discovering some drawing. He wanted to become a pro baseball player, but then tragically he broke his leg. Then he started drawing after high school from level zero. Yeah, from what I've seen, he's got like a crazy um, work ethic. I started late as well. It just feels like a race because like how much time do I have left to make what I want to make? I don't know. You could progress really fast. I didn't really start practicing until like my high school year. Before, like, I didn't draw at all during the whole time I was in school. Just like I drew when I was like super young, like probably like 2 or 3, and then but after I went to like kindergarten or like around first grade, I kind of just stopped and didn't draw all the way until like after high school. So I think you can definitely make a lot of progress pretty quick. I heard of some lady that like didn't start painting until she was like 80 years old or something, and she like started painting for like a year or two, and her paintings are like actually crazy good. Kim Jong-il didn't have his art published until he was 27. Yeah, it's pretty crazy how I feel like I don't know. I wonder if like just nobody knew who he was. It's crazy that someone that good though was just like under the radar for so long. Yeah, there's so many, probably so many crazy artists that are just never gonna, might never be found or known about. I used to watch a lot of there's like his name's Pete Beard, I think, and he has like a YouTube channel, and he has like a series where it's like basically about like artists that didn't get much recognition, and it's like mostly like 1800s artists to like um early to mid 1900s, and there are some like crazy artists that just like weren't popular at all, like they just kind of never got like a spotlight or chance. And yeah, I think that's like so interesting just seeing like how much is out there, and then oftentimes it was just like 2 to 3 artists in each time period that kind of just um like overshadowed everyone. Vincent Van Gogh. Van Gogh, it's only one painting during his time being alive. Yeah, that's crazy. I like the, this needs more shadow. To be honest, Kendrick was hiding his work from his fellow army men. Yeah, that's pretty funny that he didn't want to draw, because everyone would ask him to draw things. think I kind of remember they have like some sort of overalls. Cool. All right. Thank you, man. All right. Gotta go. See you guys. Yeah. Take it easy, bro. Hope you have a good day or night. Gotta go too. See you, man. Peace. Yeah. Have a good day, man. Thanks for hanging out and catching the stream. I hope Snow White can shoot that second dwarf in time before he kills baby. Yeah, she's kind of just disgusted by this other zombie over here though, so I don't know. He's the deer is getting away though, so I think yeah, he'll be fine. Plus the dwarves can't really see. They do have some big sniffers though. Probably smell out the deer. I'll get a bunny in here too. I can smell anything in a 5 mile range. Is that what they have in like The Walking Dead? Oh yeah, I forget there's like the I forgot the whole plot of Snow White. I forgot those that. Is she? I think she's like a witch, right? With the apple. I was so focused on the zombie dwarves. Well, that's what it is. The apple is what's turning these uh dwarves into zombies. No, clearly the plot of Snow White is that there's a zombie dwarf over. That's canon. I know, right? It should be. I'm surprised Disney didn't do that when there was like the whole Walking Dead and all these other apocalypse shows coming out. Seems like a missed opportunity. They could just kind of like zombify all of their Disney cartoons. Yeah, they should do a crossover. Yeah, that'd be so funny. Now that we're on a fairy tale topic, it'd be cool to see your rendition of Red Riding Hood with the werewolf and etc. Yeah, that could actually be a uh, pretty cool drawing to do. I've been liking doing these fairy tale ones. They're pretty fun. I'll be right back. I think my dog needs out again. Have a nice walk. Hey, yeah. My leg was like cramping when I got up. Is Sleeping Beauty the one where the witch turns into a dragon? Or am I just imagining? Kind of like the wild hair she has. Wizard of Oz would be a fun one to do. Yeah, spin on a fairy tale. think I'll add some sort of dragon. I think she turns into a dragon. If not, I'm just gonna add it anyways. I think I'm avenge my Jabberwocky from my last drawing. I forgot to do um have him with wings on his back. I was thinking that the movie one had wings as his arms, but apparently it tricked me out and had both wings on his arm and also normal wings too. I think I kind of like that design. Probably go for a similar thing with this one. Doing something on the dark crystal someday could be kind of cool too. Really, I haven't never fully watched the Dark Crystal movie yet. I've seen like a bunch of parts, but never actually finished it. Back with the dinner. Oh my god, a dragon. Yeah. I was trying to think if the I think the witch turns into a dragon in Snow White, but could also just be thinking of things. Darkening the hair so that the lining shows up a little bit there. How much you had to spend studying until you could do draws from imagination? Um, I'm not really sure, but I think, I don't know, for me, studying didn't really like have as much of an impact on drawing from imagination for me as like um, actually drawing from imagination did. Um, yeah, I don't know. I studied like the more like traditional way for and trying to learn fundamentals and that sort of thing for around like 2 years, and then decided it kind of wasn't working for me, and then drew started wanting to see how far I could get by just drawing from imagination, and I definitely made the most progress from um, doing it that way and just only drawing from imagination, and just by like playing around with things, then I just get a little bit better each time from learning what. Sorry, my rabbit is going crazy behind me. It's hard to think. But yeah, just by like playing around with different things from imagination and get a little bit better each time and learn from like experience rather than studying. You're like Kim Jong-il? In some ways, but I think we kind of, I don't know. I think he was more like memory memory based, and more like visualizing before he drew, where um I kind of can't visualize things in my head, so it's more of like experimenting on the page once it happens. So I think kind of similar, but different ways of doing it. Snow White should probably look out. One of the dwarves has snuck up on her. Yeah, I kind of decided to like only start drawing from imagination because I saw like how good Kim Jong-il was, and then like compared him to like other people that like are like study and maybe know like fundamentals better or like more in depth than he did. But I kind of just saw that he constantly kept getting better, and it wasn't like he was doing studying or anything like that from like what I know of. So I kind of just figured he was most of the actual stuff or a skill he had was seemed to be more from just drawing than anything and just experience. And I just hate using reference. How much it take to build a good library visual memory? I don't know. It's kind of hard because it kind of depends on like how much you draw, how much you like drawing. Like there's so many factors that go into um how fast you would improve. I don't know. There's not like a definite measured time for how long it would take, I don't think. For me though, for like drawing from imagination, it took about like 3 years to go from hardly able to draw like some sort of uh workable characters, I guess, to now. So I guess if that's more like what you're looking for, then for me it took around 3 years. For me to actually like be happy with my drawings, it probably only took like a year or two though to like actually get something going to where I felt like I had a lot of control over my characters and things like that. So I definitely don't think it takes long, but I was also not using reference and like forcing myself to only draw from imagination. So um, I don't know, a lot of different ways to do it. dragon turned out kind of weird. Not really sure how it fits him, but kind of just have to do for now. Maybe I could add some scales to the dragon. I think that's what he's missing. Love your style. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I woke up way too early today. When do I usually wake up and go to sleep? I don't know. It's pretty random, honestly. Sometimes like two in the morning I go to sleep, and then um, sometimes I'll wake up at like 12 or 1 p.m. It's pretty random. I can't. I don't know if it's good, but it always feels like the most natural schedule for me. Like I kind of just like um naturally stay up till that time. What's your favorite thing to draw? Probably samurai, zombies. Like a samurai is probably my favorite, and then like close second, probably zombies. I like them both because they have like a lot of freedom for different things you can do. Like samurai, you can kind of like change each little individual piece of their armor and kind of do whatever you want with it. Since like I don't know, I always see like Chinese and Japanese like their ornamental like more traditional culture stuff kind of is like a lot of art in it. I think that's cool and interesting. And then kind of like the experiment with different parts like that. It's most of the reason why I draw a lot of like the Chinese or Japanese inspired things. Like I really like their buildings and how they're basically like works of art with all the different carvings and decorations and things. Ever draw an Oriental dragon? Yeah, I did one yesterday on yesterday's live stream. More of like a Chinese dragon style. Um, I did kind of the similar thing on Procreate, testing out some digital stuff. Pretty sure I have a video. Well, I do have a video on my channel. Today, after I finish stream, I'm gonna have to work on a bunch of videos. Samurai Dragon win. I've actually been thinking about doing that. That could be pretty cool. Yeah, that's kind of why I like doing samurais and zombies because they can kind of like mix into different things. Like you can put samurai armor on like pretty much anything, and zombies you can make like pretty much anything into a zombie. All right, back. Draw a samurai goblin. I know this one might go without samurais. No, it's kind of funny that they ended up looking a little bit but like goblins. It's supposed to be like a Snow White kind of parody thing of the dwarves, but since they're like zombie like it kind of makes sense why it starts to look like goblins. How did you not burn out when learning anatomy as soon as the book opens, my brain goes off? Yeah, I don't know. Studying doesn't work for me. I kind of like I kind of just brute force pushed to learn, but it's really hard to actually like absorb information when you're not liking what you do and kind of like um doing like a grueling process. So most of my anatomy, it's kind of just been like messing around with things and learning it as I'm drawing like characters or different scenarios and things. So yeah, I think if you're someone who just like gets very bored like studying the different fundamentals, I think if you have like a very basic grasp, you can kind of just go like straight into drawing the things you like, and then like you'll pick up a lot of things along the way. I don't think you need to like master the fundamentals before you can draw. Like honestly, a lot of the anatomy that I know is just like playing around with like zombies and then just kind of like messing around with different facial features and like different parts of the muscles and things, and then kind of just like as I'm like playing around with things, and I'm kind of like learning, oh, that maybe looks like closer to how it is, or this looks like cooler, or just like different things like that, and then keep like transferring those things to the next drawings, and making progress in that sort of way. I had my dogs outside, I was kind of thinking of some different animal types to add to this. I think I'll add another deer. Now gonna play around with some birds. My rabbit is apparently doing construction behind me. A lot of times when I don't know how to draw something, like a bird, I don't know much about, but I'll kind of just like go on experiments as I'm drawing, like doing different markings and things, and kind of just like putting down whatever information I do know about a bird and kind of using that and then playing around with it to get some more ideas for future ones I do. So cool. Bro, keep going. You're an artist. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. You're really a crazy good artist, bro. Kind of wonder what am I do next in here. Kind of want another thing in the sky and something darker. So I think I do another cat. I always really liked the cat on Coraline, the movie, and how like he's all black and then has a very like slim body. I think it made cats look really cool. Cats are insane. I was watching a video the other day, and someone was like changing out a light bulb, one of the bulbs that kind of go through the ceiling, and they had it that space open, and the cat like somehow got into the into the ceiling, and it didn't look like there was like any obvious way to get up there other than like just kind of jumping straight up. Kind of want to get Snow White calling all of the forest animals. I could maybe do a bear somewhere back here. Kind of want to fit him and maybe having him fend off against the dragon. Kind of want to try to play with this open space and try not to get too close to the dwarves and Snow White. But I want to make him dark and try to get more black onto this drawing. I feel like a bear is probably one of the strongest things Snow White could probably send out here. Can I use this bear to then, if I squeeze him into this open area of white, can I make him bring out a lot of the other characters more? Alright, it's probably time to start adding some water. My brush is getting really dry. Alright, this gray is pretty dark. Alright, it kinda lightens up a bit. Maybe get a little bit lighter to be safe. Alright, I think I'm gonna go pretty dark on this character. My tone's a little bit darker than I would normally do, but sometimes it's really hard to get this dark with ink, so I'll just kind of take advantage that I got a pretty dark tone going. It always feels so dark on the initial character that I do, but it pays off in words later on once I get more character shaded. I'm gonna go get some more distilled water so I can get some lighter tones. All right. Chat has me a little bit worried. Everyone was talking about spilling ink earlier and spilling water, so hopefully that doesn't happen. I was trying to be like extra careful carrying this. Jeez, this brush holds like so much water that takes forever to get it off the brush. Last run I did mostly cast shadows, and I think that kind of worked out pretty well. Instead of kind of doing like light direction. Whenever I have characters in the pretty far in the foreground, I kind of like to make like the value or the side of the character that's facing towards the camera. I like to make that kind of like in shadow, even if it goes against like the rest of the scene's light source. I like the dramatic effect it makes. Kind of like movies will often do the shadow side on the part that's facing. Try not to add too much shadow into here though. Kind of want to sneak in some, and then when I go in later, right before I finish the drawing, I've kind of been like rinsing my brush off in the sink, and then once it has a ton of water in it, then I'll dip it again in like this already diluted water, and then I get like probably the lightest tone I could get, and then kind of like fully cover the character. So, and then I can like use white spots as highlights and kind of get rid of a lot of the light. But I only usually do that on the front character. I like doing deer and horses. Just all gray tone. Kind of makes it pop out more and separates from some other characters. Sometimes I gotta try and remember what was happening on certain parts of the page. Sometimes I'll kind of get lost in detail. Hey, what's up, Fire? Thank you. It's a Snow White parody of except her the dwarves are zombies instead. I think I'll just shade this all in. gonna have the bird dog. From here, I'm not sure. I think I'll just draw more dwarves. Pretty sure there's quite a few in Snow White. Oh yeah, isn't it actually just Snow White and the Seven Dwarves? Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this would be the last one. Which works out pretty nice because he's gonna cover the last part that I need to. Holy cow. Already almost been streaming for 5 hours. Titty's arm going through this tree. Sorry. draw some more birds. Just make this whole tree dark. Since the two characters next to him are pretty light in value. Thinking if I want to try some clouds. I think I'll probably just go for it since I don't really have much to lose. Hey Bryce, how's it going? Thank you for all the art advice. Are you also live on TikTok right now? Um, I'm not live on TikTok right now, but I've mostly been streaming on YouTube lately. But I should find out a way to multi-stream. Alright, I think I'm wing what the colors are for Snow White. I actually almost forgot to shake this dwarf in the back. Whoopsies. Alright. Now I gotta do best of my ability. Think of Oh yeah, my yellow's kind of dying. Hopefully it makes it through this. Please, yellow. You only need to color one more thing. I don't know what color her headband is though. Maybe I do this blue. Yeah, it looks a little better. I can't believe I gave Snow White a gun. That's really so funny. Hmm. My gut is telling me that her headband is red, but or yellow. All right, I'll just do the headband red. All right. I think That's probably gonna do it for the Snow White zombie zombie apocalypse. Oh, I forgot to do the psych. I forgot to do this apple red. It's kind of a key part of the story over here. All right, that's better. I probably could color more, like some of the cat's eyes and maybe add a sun, but I think I'll keep it kind of simple and keep it just Snow White and then the apple red, kind of to have the focal point on just that part. But yeah, I think that's gonna be it. I've been streaming for almost 5.5 hours. So yeah, it's been pretty fun hanging out with you guys again. So I'll see you guys next time. Thanks for watching, everyone.